few words to thank you again. And for me, you can start the lecture. I hope everybody can enjoy your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Emilio, for this opportunity. And just a little presentation of Balázs Kurka. Is come from Hungary and is an engineering and geography, and the lecture is about spatial engineering planning and interaction with energy structure. Thank you very much for your lecture, and thank you very much for another colleague from another university, Trieste 2, and the student and the PhD. And I remember there is 3 moments for lecture today, 2 hours from 9 to 11. And the second part is from 11 to 2 p.m. and the 3 hours Tuesday, October 21 from 3 to 6 p.m. After lecture, the student can ask a question and
20 of October.
Oh, 20. Oh, 20 for them. Thank you very much for. And can you start? And you're welcome to Kaya, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, the hosts, the students, welcome to all. Thank you very much the opportunity that I can present for you my university, my city, and I can hold for you an introductory presentation about the importance of geography knowledge in the engineering work and in everyday life. My name is Balázs Kulcsár. I come from Hungary. I am associate professor at the University of Debrecen, Faculty of Engineering. I teach on the Department of Basic Technical Studies. I am geographer and urban planner engineer. I deal with efficiency settlements in the electricity, heating and cooling, and in the transport sectors. I would like to speak about, firstly, I would like to speak about a couple of words from my city. Debrecen is the presentation.
Yes, just this.
Okay.
You start. Sorry. Can you look at presentation?
I'm seeing the presentation, Ginevra.
Okay, please. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it's better.
Perfect. Presentation is good.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So my city. Debrecen is the second largest city in Hungary. It's located the east side of the country. Debrecen has 200,000 inhabitants. The city was traditionally agricultural center and marketplace because the town located on the border of 2 land, the Nyírség, which is quicksand backyard, and the Hajdúság, which is topsoil with high humus content. On the top, on the two different soil, the farmer citizens have produced different agricultural products. These products goes to the marketplace of Debrecen, therefore the city became a trade center. In the second half of the 20th century, the city was industrialized under communism. Basically, food industry plants were built in this period. After regime change, the region and the city were hit a heavy recession and economic crisis. From this crisis, the city leaders had to find the solution. They create a long-term, complex economic, touristical, cultural, and social strategy. The one fundament of the success is the knowledge which provides the University of Debrecen. The persistent work has paid off, and today Debrecen is the most dynamic developing city in Hungary. This is also shown by the arrival of many Hungarian and foreign companies. The largest company to move in is the BMW, whose factory is already under construction. Here they will produce exclusively electric vehicles. The factory will have a capacity of 150,000 vehicles per year. The construction of the plant will attract other suppliers. The next is the University of Debrecen. The University of Debrecen, founded in 1538, which is the oldest continuously operating higher education institution in Hungary. One of Hungary's premier research universities with 14 faculties and 24 doctoral schools, offering the widest range of training in Hungary. Today, the University of Debrecen is leading and outstanding institution of higher education in Hungary. It is at the forefront not only in domestic and international education, but also in research, innovation, and development, as well as in its relations with the corporate sector. The university currently has 30,000 students, including 7,000 foreign students from 60 countries around the world. The university has 14 faculties. You can see these faculties on the picture. The Faculty of Law, Medicine, Humanities, Health, Dentistry, Faculty of Economic and Business, Faculty of Children and Special Needs Education, Faculty of Pharmacy, Informatics, Faculty of Agricultural and Food Sciences and Environmental Management, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Public Health, Faculty of Science and Technology, and Music. After the university, I would like to speak about a couple of words about my faculty. The Faculty of Engineering. In 2011, the faculty offered 6 bachelor's degree courses and 3 master's degree courses. The Faculty of Engineering has been a pioneer in the introduction of the quality management system at the faculty level to measure and evaluate the efficiency of its education and teaching staff in order to improve the quality of education and training from the feedback received. The Faculty of Technology has 3,000 students, 900 of them foreign students. The foreign students can enroll on 5 bachelor and 5 master courses. These courses are the next. The undergraduate programs in English, the civil engineering, mechanical engineering, mechatronics engineering, professional pilot, and vehicle engineering bachelor programs. The graduate programs in English, the engineering management, the mechanical engineering, mechatronical engineering, urban systems engineering, and environmental engineering. The next part is my complex approach. So I am geographer, and I would like to give for the students geography knowledge. And this is the complex approach. Engineering has a major responsibility to shape the destiny of the world. What engineers create can have long-term consequences for the whole world. Therefore, creations must be created with a broad range of knowledge. Recognizing the need to broaden the horizons of the engineering field in the areas of global energy, human-induced environmental problems, and Earth system knowledge. I have been teaching several courses that I felt needed to be created. Most professions are characterized by over-concentration on specific disciplines and lack of complex, broad, interdisciplinary vision. Geography has the specificity of seeing system interconnected and interdependent by thousands of strands. My aim is to socialize this vision in the fields of higher education within my reach. Engineering geography, which can be useful in other areas of training. 3 courses will serve this purpose. The Earth system, the global environmental problems and solutions, and the global energy courses. The next slide, you can see the main topics of the first course. This is the Earth system. We speak about the different spheres of the Earth and what is the contact the humanity and this Earth spheres. For example, the lithosphere and atmosphere, asthenosphere and morphology. The first part, after the hydrosphere, atmosphere, the external and internal forces, biosphere, history of the Earth, population geography, settlement geography, economic geography, social geography, and a coherent complex system. This is the first course. After that come the global environmental problems and solutions. The human activity has a myriad of negative impacts on the immediate and regional environment. In doing so, man is also endangering his own existence. The course aims to provide students with a broad knowledge of the Earth system and its functioning. Whatever the profession, they should do it responsibility, from industry to their everyday lives. Global environmental problems and solutions explains the problems, their causes, and possible solutions. The first topic of this course, the Earth system and the Anthropocene. The content of the first topic, the interaction of the terrestrial spheres, the working of the complex system, the effect of human planetary transformation. In this first chapter, the structure, function, and interaction of the Earth's spheres are discussed. Also today, humans are the most significant surface forming force. Its activities affect everything. So today the history of the Earth is no longer in the Holocene, but in the Anthropocene. For example, China used so many cement between 2008 and 2013 as the United States in the 20th century. The next chapter is the global climate change. The content of this, the nature and the anthropogenic effects of the climate. What is global climate change? What role do humans play in it? What are the consequences and what can be done about it? The next issue is the natural defense systems of the planet and the changes of those. The content of these, the ozone depletion, increase in ultraviolet radiation and cosmic radiation. This topic deals with the Earth's natural defenses. What are the threats to life on Earth? Also, what impact does human activity have on the planet's cosmic defenses? The fourth issue is the processes in the oceans. The content of this, the ocean acidification, waste pollution, microplastics, oil pollution, rising sea level, and rising ocean water temperatures. The world's ocean cover 71% of the Earth's surface. This is the ultimate erosion phase, a huge mass with a large surface area. Here, changes caused by human activity have a global impact. The next topic is the shrinkage of polar ice, changes in ocean currents. The content of this part, the consequences of polar sheet shrinkage, reasons and the consequences of changes in ocean currents. Ice is a very good signaling system. It is sensitive to global changes, can give early warning, and when it melts, can change the lives of billions of people. The next topic is the decrease of freshwater stocks. The content of these, the freshwater stocks of the Earth, reason and consequences of the decreasing. So this chapter on the decline of freshwater supplies addresses a problem that can be addressed very effectively. The methods and the technologies used are based on geographic knowledge. I think it is a very clever idea. For example, you can see on this picture, very clever idea, the natural irrigation that is used here, using the laws of air movement and condensation. I did this photo near Las Palmas in the Canarian Islands. The next chapter is the spades, desertification, forest fires, and acid rains. The content of this issue, the local and regional processes, root causes, possible answers, prevention, and defense. Most of the problems in this theme are the result of wasting resources and exploiting the landscape. However, with smart measure management and complex technical planning, the problems can be prevented. The eighth topic of the global environmental problems is the species extinction, biodiversity loss, and ecological footprint. The content of this chapter, the causes of species extinction and biodiversity loss. The concept of ecological footprint, its extent in different countries, and how to reduce it. The chapter discussed the causes of species extinction and biodiversity loss. It introduces the concept of the ecological footprint, its extent in different countries, and the option for reducing it. The next part of the global environmental problems, the natural environment as habitat loss, deforestation, and soil degradation. The content of this, the causes of loss of natural and semi-natural environment, and the global processes. This topic is a very good example of the devastation that the lack of geographical knowledge and imprudent technology can bring. However, there are solutions here too. The 10th chapter of the global environmental problems, the waste generation and management, and circular economy. The content of this chapter forms causes the treatment and processing of waste generation, the principle of circular economy. The pursuit of growth is flooding us with untold amounts of waste, much of it from unnecessary purchases of short-lived products. For decades, we have been able to produce durable products and recycle waste as secondary raw material. The 11th topic, the low efficiency energy management, energy waste, and energy transition. The content of this, the problems of the global energy system, its sustainability and transformation. This theme addresses the problems of the functioning of the global energy system, the limits of its sustainability, and the issues of its inevitable transformation. The 12th chapter of this course, the hyperurbanization. The content of this, the overpopulation, the urbanization, growth of built-up areas, and loss of natural habitat. The fundamental problem is overpopulation and the fact that everyone understandably wants to live in a Western way. This requires a huge amount of resources that are not available at all. The key is to stabilize the Earth's population at a sustainable level and to develop a moderate sustainable consumption culture. The 13th part of this course, the social conflicts, and modern migration. The content of this chapter, the environmental impacts of social conflicts, triggers and effects of modern migration. The chapter 13 presents low-level responses to the previous theme. The shrinking resources generate conflicts, the losers of which are forced to leave the displaced region. The solution is to know the limits of the region's carrying capacity. Replace extensive growth with intensive development. And the last part of this course, the struggle for resources, general waste of resources. The content of this, the environmental impacts of the struggle for resources, and the psychology of waste, social attitudes, and drivers of the world economy. This final chapter is about dwindling resources and causes from the
The line balance.
start.
Okay.
Can I do further?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. The more with the system.
No, no,
Okay.
it's okay. I think no.
Perché il rumore è da segnale, da linea ballerina.
No, okay, now it works. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. So the first topic of the global energy is the evolution of energy utilization in human history. The content of this part, the evolution of energy consumption of the fossil and renewable energy sources since the industrial revolution. And this first chapter covers the energy economy of mankind from the industrial revolution to the present day, starting with coal through versatile hydrocarbons and nuclear energy to the use of renewable energy sources. The next chapter is the global energy supplies. The content of this, the introduction and location of the fossil energy source stocks, exploitation of the most favorable geographical areas of the resources and the energy potential that can be extracted. The third issue of this course, the target areas of oversupply, the electricity, heating and cooling and transport sectors, and the industry sector as well. The content of this part, the characteristics of the 3 or 4 energy The third theme is to meet the needs of the 3 major consumer energy sectors using clean renewable energy sources. Achieving this will pose different degrees of challenge for the whole energy sector. The fourth question is the energy sector in the range of global environmental problems. The content of these issue, the role of the energy sector in the environmental, of global environmental problems, answers, and expected consequences. The use of fossil fuels and carbon dioxide emissions are responsible for the majority of global environmental problems. The chapter explains the impacts, the likely consequences, and the urgent response of the energy sector. The fifth part of the global energy, the energy change, self-sufficiency countries and settlements. The content of these, the idea, confusion and opportunities of the energy change. The first, self-sufficiency countries and settlements. We now know that the global energy transition is inevitable. We have the science, the technology, the social support, and the proven economic returns. The sixth part of the global energy course, the energy policy and strategies. The content of these, the international agreements, conventions, and commitments. The focus is primarily on exemplary energy policies that are generating significant results. However, mention is also made of countries that, because of their economic strength, could promote renewable energy sources, but do not. The seventh part of this course, the good practices. The content of this, the international examples from the countries to the communities. This seventh theme is to showcase exemplary communities that have become self-sufficient in supplying their own energy consumption by using all the renewable energy sources available in their area. Some even exceed this by more than 100% and sell the excess energy. The eighth chapter of the global energy, the climate change and its consequences. The content of these, for example, the European Green New Deal, and what can I do for this problem? The key question in this chapter is what individuals can do in their everyday lives to keep warming below the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit. The next part of this course, the renewable energy technologies. Firstly, I speak about the net zero emissions technologies, for example, solar and wind power, hydropower, tidal and wave power, and geothermal energy. Yes, the next part, the renewable energy technologies segment. Here I deal with the bioenergy resources, for example, biogas, biomass, landfill gas, savage gas, firewood, and wood pellets and algae. In this second part of this topic, we will look at technologies related to bio-based renewable energy. Development is still ongoing, although not at the same pace as renewables. The 12th part of the global energy storage. One of the biggest problems associated with renewables is the storage of the energy that is produced in a rhythmic manner until it is used. Several technologies are already available, but a significant number of them are geographically specific, such as reservoir hydropower plants. The 13th chapter of the global energy, the power plants. The content of this, the dilemma of the centralized and decentralized energy production. The new type of energy production requires not only new types of power plants, but also a completely different energy system and system management. It also poses a major challenge to the energy sector. The digital revolution can be of great help here. And the last topic of the global energy is the land use. The content of this, the impact of the energy production on the land use and the landscape. This last topic is about land use in relation to the energy industry. Almost any form of energy production involves significant landscape transformation. However, the damaging impact can be reduced through smarter, multi-purpose use of already built up areas and aesthetic design. So these were the 3 courses which I hold for the engineering students in Hungary, and I would like to present today and on first day the global some part from the global energy topics. Summary. You, the young university graduates, will be the new generation of the social elite. The fate of the world will depend on you. It is not just your responsibility, but everyone's. It is the responsibility of our generation to learn from our mistakes and pass on the best knowledge to our students, so that they can make better decisions. The symbol of the University of Debrecen, you can see on the picture. The symbol of the University of Debrecen is the gerund. It is a simple maze. Where does it come from? Debrecen has been ravaged by many fires over the centuries. The students of Debrecen were also firemen of the city. Their job was to use this maze to put out and stop the fire. Today's students are still doing the same, but they are using their knowledge to prevent disasters, not the fire extinguishers. So this was the first chapter today, my introduction presentation. Thank you for your attention. And after that, I would like to present my scientific issue. Just a moment, please. I think it's okay. So the title of this this knowledge, this part, the overproduce and the local energy supply in the settlement stock in Hungary. The aim of this study, during the examination of the settlement stock, the question rightly arises. In the process of the energy transition, whether 100% settlement energy self-sufficiency can be achieved. In our study, we sought to determine the level of self-sufficiency of the Hungarian settlement stock in the electricity and transport sectors. We also examined the possibilities of regional distribution of overproduced energy and its use for transport purposes. Firstly, I would like to speak about the materials and methods. In the study of self-sufficiency, the focus was on the proportion of locally available renewable energy sources. We took into account the performance of small-scale power plants, and in the settlement vehicle fleet, we focused on the proportion of environmentally friendly vehicles. We examined the year of 2017. We established a settlement ranking based on the locally produced electricity proportion and the proportion of alternative powered vehicles. We have identified the settlements which can produce renewable energy to own vehicle fleet and determined the settlements which capable supply overproduced electricity for the neighboring settlements. The small-scale household power plants are fundamentally installed by the industry
Now?
Now it's okay.
Now it's okay for students, professors? Luigi? Okay, perfect.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, you start, please. Your start, please. Sì, sì. The other two.
Okay.
Two screen. In the. Now.
Okay.
Yes.
No.
Probably we have to switch.
Allora, presenta impostazioni di visualizzazione, duplica. Ok. Qui.
Yes, perfect. Thank you very much.
And they can hear us or not? Well, fixed.
Okay, thank you very much.
We were here, I think. Okay. Theoretical electric power volume that could be produced annually was determined from the settlement level total capacity data at the end of 2017 for solar panel systems. We used the photovoltaic geographical information system. For other renewable energy sources, the average utilization rate in 2017 was used to determine the theoretical annual amount of renewable energy, renewable electricity that would be generated. Fossil fuel power plants are not included, of course. The studies were performed for the territories of 3,155 local municipalities in Hungary. Self-sufficiency in municipal electricity supply. First, the capacity of the power plants belonging to the small-scale household power plant category using renewable energy sources was examined. There are 4 settlements which can produce more renewable electricity by household power plants than their electricity consumed. You can see on this map these 4 settlements. These are small villages which can produce more electricity from this power plant type than the annual electricity consumed. After that, in the second step, the performance of small power plants with a capacity of less than 0.5 megawatts was examined. The generated renewable electricity by small power plants makes 23 settlements self-sufficient, which can produce more renewable electricity than the consume of the settlement. You can see these here. There are in this category settlements which have more population, for example, between 2 and 5,000 inhabitants. And third, okay. Okay. The third category is the level of self-sufficiency was calculated using the combined capacity of the two previous categories of small power plants. In this context, there were 30 settlements where the household power plants and the small power plants can produce more renewable electricity than the consume of the settlement year. You can see these settlements here in this map, and the produced electricity from only renewable sources. The next part is the energy sharing. Overproducing settlements can supply part or all of the electricity they do not use to the neighboring settlements. As in the previous method, the electricity generated by small household power plants was considered first. This line is this. Followed by the output of small power plants below 0.5 megawatts, and finally the combined output of the two categories of plants. For some of the municipalities served, the green electricity comes entirely from the over-generating municipality, while for others it is supplemented by locally produced renewable electricity. With the surplus energy of 4 municipalities that are self-sufficient through small household power plants, and 2 additional municipalities can become 100% green electricity users. You can see on this map energy area, one of the energy areas. For example, the Galvac municipality can produce more electricity in open area and with open renewable energy sources. So more electricity than the electricity consumed. Electricity consumption, and the overproduced electricity can export to the neighboring settlements. And for example, about here will be green electricity users 100% from the over capacity and from the export green electricity. Small power plant with a capacity of small power plants with a capacity of less than 0.5 megawatts provide 23 settlements with more electricity than the municipal consumption. By transferring the electricity surplus to neighboring settlements, a further 20 municipalities can become self-sufficient by providing 100% or a certain proportion of the electricity they need. By combining the electricity production of 2 power plants, 30 settlements in Hungary can meet the annual electricity needs. Green electricity export can provide up to 100% of the annual electricity consumption of 29 additional municipalities. So if we look at the combined renewable electricity generation capacity of these 2 categories of plants, 59 municipalities could become self-sufficient in Hungary by producing the over electricity and exporting the surplus locally. Today, this number is 250 self-sufficient settlements. in 2021. The next part, the transport energy self-sufficiency. In addition to the electricity sector and in conjunction with it, the level of energy self-sufficiency of municipalities in the transport sector was examined. The focus of the studies was on the special distribution of electric, hybrid, and biofuel vehicles. The consumption of the vehicle fleet was compared with the amount of renewable energy generated in the settlements in order to find out whether there are settlements in Hungary that are able to cover the energy needs of the vehicle fleet from local renewable sources. For the examination of vehicle stock, we used the structured database of the Hungarian Central Statistical Office. The stock was differentiated by fuel types and combinations of fuels as the sources of power. The results show that none of the municipalities with the highest number and share of electric and hybrid vehicles is yet able to become energy self-sufficient in either transport or electricity generation in 2017. And the over-generating municipalities do not have a significant alternative vehicle fleet. For biofuel vehicles, the electricity generated from local renewables, in addition to the annual electricity demand of the municipality, is of no operational importance. However, for a significant proportion of these municipalities, the source of renewable electricity is biogas, landfill gas, or sewage gas, which can be a local option for the supply of power for partially or fully gas-fueled vehicles. Conclusions. Household power plants can supply green electricity to settlements with a population of up to 1,000 people. Power plants with a capacity of less than 0.5 megawatts can produce enough electricity for a population of up to 2,000 inhabitants. By combining the two types of power plants, the electricity needs of municipalities with less than 2,000 inhabitants can be met safely, and in the medium term, the electricity needs of settlements with less than 10,000 inhabitants can be met. Energy transport to neighboring settlements may be an option for the future, where settlements producing excess energy can supply the neighboring settlements as micro-regional or district centers of renewable energy production. The number of alternative vehicles is still low. Fuel production capacities and the major municipal alternative vehicle fleet do not coincide geographically. The above results serve as useful feedback in relation to the outcomes of the governmental or municipal measures taken, and the allowances and subsidies provided for spreading environmentally friendly technologies until the end of 2017 in the energy transition process in Hungary's system of transportation. They indicate that there is still a long way to go until the realization of the self-sufficiency of settlements in the fields of electricity supply and transport. If energy transition is to be implemented in the foreseeable future, in the electricity supply and transport of settlements, the incentives provided so far are not sufficient. The result of the study answered the political and social question marks that locally available renewable energy sources are not able to meet the electricity needs of settlement. The proportion of the 2017 electricity production capacities and alternative drive vehicles still has not proved empirically that settlements are capable of meeting the energy demands of their vehicle fleet. However, it is apparent already that there is no technical barrier. In order to achieve the goal more quickly, energy policy measures are needed. We suggest support for small-scale household power plants. The energy conservation and cost reduction have inspired the dynamic increase in household power plants in favor of balanced energy supply in settlements. The calculation of remodeling design will set back any positive attitude to investment. The support for investment, the opportunity to build bigger capacity, the supported purchase price, the support for household and municipal accumulator batteries systems can increase capacity. The expansion of alternative primary electric drive vehicles is multifactorial: range, charge time, charge stations density, the maturity of the technology, and the price of the vehicles. In Hungary, the price of the vehicles is an important question, for example. The expansion of market-based small power plants under 0.5 megawatts capacity is dynamic due to the renewable energy support chain. There are few examples of municipal power plant projects are stored capacity building before the end of 2017. One of the reasons for this is the limited financial room for maneuver of local authorities. We suggest supporting the building of municipal power plants and storage capacities, which will provide better energy security, decentralized energy generation, and an increasing level of self-sufficiency and the better functioning of complex settlement energy systems. Hungary's power plant capacity is 1,000 megawatts today from fossil fuels, fossil energy sources, but we have today 3,500 megawatts from solar power plants without household power plants, and 330 megawatts from wind power plants. And this power plant capacity will be on 2024 from solar power 6,500, and the goal until 2030 is 13,000 megawatts solar capacity. Okay, thank you very much for your kind attention. This was my scientific issue, and thank you. Any questions? Of course. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the break.
open for a few minutes?
Yes, 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, got that. Okay. Okay. Students, any question for this first part or the question of the second part? What do you prefer? Giuseppe, Luigi, any question?
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you very much.
See you later about 10 minutes.
Okay, the coffee, please.
Comunque tende che tua figlia
Okay,
Okay.
Alla mitad. Now the second is not to talk from the election. Okay, start, please.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Um,
The presentation.
It's okay. No, no.
Next moment.
Yeah,
Yes,
this or this.
this one,
This one.
duplicate, double.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
It's okay.
Oh, thank you. The next part is the global energy topic. And from this, the first chapter is the global energy supplies and the potentials. Fossil energy stocks are indeed plant and animal remains stored for millions of years in mostly sediment rocks, which have been transformed into energy carriers by high pressure and temperatures. These are known to be finite. We can determine the quantity from the excavated deposits. Renewable energy sources are also finite, but most of them are based on the sun's energy, which will continue to work in its present for billions of years. It is therefore considered to be far from inexhaustible on the scale of human civilization. The primary energy production is the production of energy directly from natural sources. Resources are generally divided into three groups. The first are the fossil sources. Yes. The first are the fossil sources, the coal, oil, and natural gas. The second one is the nuclear sources, and the third is energy produced from renewable sources. 31% of the world's primary production is used for transformation and transport, and for the production of non-energy products. 69% remains for end users. This is called total energy supply. Total final consumption is the worldwide energy consumption of end users, while primary energy consumption or total energy supply is the total energy demand. The first energy source, the coal, the hard coal. The coal formation process involves the burial of peat, which is made of partly decayed plant materials deep underground. The heat and pressure of burial alters the texture and increases the carbon content of the peat, which transforms it into coal, a type of sedimentary rock. This process takes millions of years. Types of ranks of coal are determined by carbon content. There are 4 types of coal ordered from highest to lowest rank below. The first is the anthracite, or hard coal, contains the highest amount of carbon out of all coal ranks. This carbon content is between 86 and 97%. It has a brittle texture and lustrous sheen. It is used mostly in industrial settings and the metals industry due to its high heat value. Next is the bituminous coal, often called soft coal. Sorry. has a slightly lower carbon content than anthracite. The carbon content is between 45 and 86%. The wide range of carbon content is bituminous coal warrants use for both electricity and steel production. It can be identified through its sheeny luster and layered texture. The third coal category is the subbituminous coal. Subbituminous coal does not have the same sheeny luster and higher ranked coals. As the name suggests, it has lower carbon content than bituminous coal. The carbon content by the subbituminous coal is between 35 and 45%, and it's primarily used for electricity generation. The fourth type of the coals is the lignite. Lignite is often called brown coal because it is lighter in color than the higher ranks of coal. It has the lowest carbon content out of all the coal ranks. The carbon content is between 25 and 35%, and it has a high moisture content and crumbly texture. It is mainly used in electricity generation. And the last type of coals is the peat. This coal type is very young, and we can find this coal type in the northwest areas of Europe, where the weather is very rainy and cool, and there use this coal type for domestic heating. You can see on this picture the core resources of the continents. The most hard coal resources are in Asia, in Russia, in China, and Australia, and North America. And the most lignite resources we can find in Australia, in Russia, and in Europe. On this map, you can see the hard coal and lignite reserves on the world. The proven reserves today are more than 1 trillion tons, and if we use this fossil energy resource today's consumption, we have the core reserves until 450 years. You can see on this picture the open cast coal pits in the Ruhrland in Germany. These reserves are brown coal and lignite. In Germany, use these energy resources today as well in the electricity generation. And this today's energy crisis situation use most from this energy resource. You can see on this table the most core reserves countries. The first 5 is the United States, Russia, Australia, China, and India. You can see here the Hunter Valley open cast coal mining region in Australia, in the New South Wales. The next energy source is the natural gas. You can see on this picture the countries by natural gas proven reserves from 2014. The most reserves has in Russia and in Iran and Qatar. Based on data from British Petroleum at the end of 2009, proven gas reserves were dominated by 3 countries, Iran, Russia, and Qatar, which together held nearly half the world's proven reserves. Due to constant announcements of shale gas recoverable reserves, as well as drilling in Central Asia, South America, and Africa, deepwater drilling estimates are undergoing frequent updates, mostly increasing. Since 2000, some countries, notable the US and Canada, have seen large increases in proved gas reserves due to the development of shale gas, but shale gas deposits in most countries are yet to be added to reserve calculations. You can see on these diagrams and maps the gas industry reserves by nations on the world. And the upper right diagram, the world natural gas proven reserves between 1960 and 2012. One of the biggest natural gas field located in Russia, in the West Siberian hydrocarbon basin. You can see this on this picture. This is the Urengoy natural gas field. From this field is transport a lot of natural gas to Europe via pipeline. The next large reserve is in the Persian Gulf. You can see here the south parts and north dome gas condensate in the Persian Gulf. This is here, and in this natural gas condensate content the 30% of natural gas from the world. This is a very large gas field, natural gas field. And finally, you can see on this picture the Algeria's and the Mediterranean gas fields. Firstly, the main natural gas fields located in the east basin of the Mediterranean Sea and in Africa, in Algeria. The next fossil fuel supply, the crude oil. Firstly, I would like to definition the reservoir. Three conditions must be present for oil reservoirs to form. Source rock rich in hydrocarbon material buried deep lie enough for subterranean heat to cook it into oil. A porous and permeable reservoir rock where it can accumulate, and a cap rock or other mechanisms to prevent the oil from escaping to the surface. Within these reservoirs, fluids will typically organize themselves like a three-layer cake, with a layer of water below, the oil layer, and a layer of gas above it, although the different layers vary in size between reservoirs. Because most hydrocarbons are less dense than rock or water, they often migrate upward through adjacent rock layers until later reaching the surface or becoming trapped within porous rocks by impermeable rocks above. When hydrocarbons are concentrated in a trap, oil field forms from which the liquid can be extracted by drilling and pumping. You can see here the list of countries by oil proven reserves. The most reserves located in the Middle East, in Russia, in Libya, and Venezuela, the United States, and Canada. We can different oil types. Sorry, just a moment. Okay, these are the commercial oil reserves. This located in the Middle East, Libya, Russia, and in China, and and we have 2 times more other oil types. For example, the heavy oil and extra heavy oil, and oil sands, and shale oil reservoirs. This heavy and extra heavy oil located in Venezuela, mostly in the Orinoco Belt, and the oil sand reservoirs located in mostly in Canada, in west south part of Canada, the forefront of the Pacific mountains here. And after that, the most shale oil reservoirs located in the United States. You can see on this picture the Al Burkan oil field in Kuwait. This area is this. This is 40 kilometers long and 20 kilometers wide. And here located 530 oil wells together. This is the one of the reached oil field on the world. You can see on this picture the Orinoco Belt in Venezuela. The north part located the conventional oil fields, and in the south part the Orinoco heavy oil belt. The extraction is not so light from the Orinoco heavy oil belt, because this hard oil reserves, and we have to this complicated technology to use. And we can use this reservoir if the oil price is very high. Okay, you can see on this picture the total world reserves in millions of oil equivalent barrels. The distribution of oil and gas reserves among the world's 50 largest oil companies. The reserves of the privately owned companies are grouped together. The oil produced by the super major companies accounts for less than 15% of the total world supply. Over 80% of the world's reserves of oil and natural gas are controlled by national oil companies. Of the world's 20 largest oil companies, 15 are state-owned oil companies. The next fossil fuel supply, the global uranium reserves. You can see on this map the first uranium reserves. The amount of ultimately recoverable uranium depends strongly on what one would be willing to pay for it. Uranium is a widely distributed metal with large low-grade deposits that are not currently considered profitable. As of 2015, 646 tons of reserves are recoverable at $40 per kilogram of uranium, while 7,641,000 tons of reserves are recoverable at $260 per kilogram. Moreover, much of Canada, Greenland, Siberia, and Antarctica are currently unexplored due to permafrost and may hold substantial undiscovered reserves. When and if reserves from such remote locations will become profitable remains to be seen. You can see on this table the first 16 uranium reserves countries. The first five are Australia, Kazakhstan, Canada, Namibia, and South Africa. The next energy resource, the solar energy, the potential of solar energy. The large magnitude of solar energy available makes it a highly appealing source of electricity. The United Nations Development Programme, in its 2000 World Energy Assessment, found that the annual potential of solar energy was almost 50,000 exajoules. This is several times larger than the total world energy consumption, which was 560 exajoule in 2012. The Earth reserves 174 petawatts of incoming solar radiation at the upper atmosphere. Approximately 30% is reflected back to space, while the rest is absorbed by clouds, oceans, and land masses. The spectrum of solar light at the Earth's surface is mostly spread across the visible and near-infrared ranges, with a small part in the near ultraviolet. Most of the world's population live in areas with isolation levels of 150 and 300 watts per square meters, or 3.5 between 3.5 and 7 kilowatt hours per square meters per day. You can see on this map the average isolation. The theoretical area of the small black dots is sufficient to supply the world's total energy needs of 18 terawatt hours with solar power. So this is a very large energy source. You can see on this map the Hungarian solar horizontal irradiation. The best potential located in the south part of the country, but the different to the north part and the south part is only 8%. The next energy source is the wind energy. In 2019, wind supplied 1,430 terawatt hours of electricity, which was 5.3% of worldwide electrical generation. With the global installed with power capacity reaching more than 6,051 gigawatts, an increase of 10% of 10% over 2018. Wind is the movement of air across the surface of the Earth, affected by areas of high pressure and of low pressure. The global wind kinetic energy averaged approximately 1.5 megajoules per square meters over the period from 1979 to 2010. 1.31 megajoules per square meters in the northern hemisphere, with 1.7 megajoules per square meters in the southern hemisphere. The atmosphere acts as a thermal engine, absorbing heat at higher temperatures, releasing heat at lower temperatures. The process is responsible for the production of wind kinetic energy at a rate of 2.46 watts per square meters, sustaining thus the circulation of the atmosphere against frictional dissipation. Through wind source assessment, it is possible to provide estimates of wind power potential globally by country or region, or for a specific site. The total amount of economically extractable power available from the wind is considerably more than present human power used from all sources. On this picture, you can see the best wind potential areas on the world. For example, the coast sides of the continents. South part, for example, here in South America, and in New Zealand, and in Europe as well. And we have good potential areas in the in the middle of the continents as well. For example, in the Sahara, in the Middle West, in the United States, and in Middle Asia. You can see on this picture the Philippines wind power density map at 100 meters above surface level. This is this map comes from, or this data comes from satellites and surface materials. The next energy sources and supply, the geothermal potential. Type of geothermal reservoirs. The geothermal reservoir is a volume of rocks in the subsurface, which exploitation in terms of heat can be economically profitable. The temperature of the fluid and the possible applications are important to short reservoirs. Thus, 4 types of geothermal reservoirs can be defined. The high temperature reservoirs. Here, the temperature is more of 150 degrees Celsius. The middle temperature reservoirs. Here are the temperature between 100 and 150 degrees Celsius. The low temperature reservoirs between 130 degrees Celsius. For example, in Hungary, the Hungarian reservoirs are in this category. The very low, and the fourth, the very low temperature reservoirs. Here the temperature is lowest than 30 degrees Celsius. A geothermal reservoir is a volume of rocks in the subsurface, which exploitation in terms of heat can be economically profitable. It should be noted that for producing the heat from the surface is necessary the presence of transport fluid, and this is usually water, and that drilling to an enough deep to reach the optimum operation temperatures is also necessary. The temperature of the fluid and the possible applications are important to short reservoirs. Thus, 4 types of geothermal reservoirs can be defined. You can see this here, and you can see on this map the best geothermal potential on the world. For example, in the United States, in California, and in the Pacific Mountain. After that, in Europe, in Italy, for example, the Landerello field, and in Hungary, in the Hungarian Basin, and in France and Germany as well. After that, Kenya and Ethiopia is a very good resource. After that, the Philippines, Indonesia, New Zealand, Turkey, China, and some part of Russia. You can see on this map very interesting technology from the geothermal energy using. This is the enhanced geothermal system. Here we use not water, not natural thermal water from the rock formations, because we use fracturing to the rock. The technicians do 3, 4, or 5 meters deep, very high pressured water to the rock formation, and after that they pressed fresh water to the construction, and after the heating, the rock heating exploit this hot water from the other wells, and with this water functioning the power plants, the electricity power plants. You can see this map, the second electricity power plant from geothermal energy, but the first one was here in Italy in the Landanello field. This function from 1911, and this is the Veyra K field from New Zealand. You can see here the Europe's geothermal potential fields. The main potential located in Italy, in Turkey, in Hungary, in France and Germany parts, and in the north part of the German-Poland basin. You can see on this picture the Hungarian geothermal reservoirs. We have 2 types of the reservoirs. The first one is limestone from the Mesozoic area. This is the northeast, from northeast and southwest line. This is a mountain lines underground. After that, the other reservoir comes from the quarter, the upper Pannon quarter. This is sandstone and very deep sandstone part of the construction. For example, my city located here, Debrecen located here, and we have between 30 and 80 degrees thermal waters. We use this thermal water to heating, to district heating, to the baths, greenhouses, agricultural drying, and fishing. So in Hungary, there are low enthalpy reservoirs under the 120 degrees. Unfortunately, we can use this thermal water not for electricity generating, because the reservoirs are fossil reservoirs, because this water comes from the Earth's historical era, because here in the Hungarian basin was the Tethys Sea, after that the Pannon Lake, and after that comes from the mountains, from the Carpathian and from the Alps, a lot of sediment and sandstone, and the geothermal water reservoirs located in this sandstone. And this water and these reservoirs are very close, and the water comes from the rain to these reservoirs under 100 and 1,000 years. And we have to, for example, the district heat used water back pressure to the reservoirs. Yes, after the energy supply, I would like to speak about a little bit from about the Europe's natural gas energy crisis. You can see on this picture the natural gas pipelines in Europe, and Europe use annually almost 300 billion cubic meters natural gas, and we can produce it in the open area only 54 billion cubic meters, for example, in 2020. And this isn't enough. We can import natural gas from mostly from Russia, and the highest capacity pipelines is the Brotherhood pipeline via Ukraine, and the end point of this pipeline is in Cheshire, in the Czech Republic, and we have another line from this pipeline in Hungary as well. And we have a lot of chemical industry on this natural gas. After that, the second one is the Northern Stream 1 and 2. We have problems with this pipeline today from the war. And after that, there is the Nabucco, but this is not ready, this pipeline, and not function today. But if this will be ready, we can export natural gas from Egypt and the Middle East, and from Kazakhstan as well, and from Iraq. After that, you can see the alternative sources. For example, the Norwegian corridor. We have from this 24% of the annual used natural gas. And we have the other pipeline from North Africa, from the Algerian fields via Italy. And we have sources from the Mediterranean Sea. This east basin comes from liquefied natural gas, and from Libya and Algeria as well, and from the US liquefied natural gas comes as well. But these sources are very expensive because they have to cool the natural gas under the minus 162 degrees to the liquid. After that, they have to transport this liquefied natural gas, and we have to hear the green point. There are the transport ports of Europe, and here we have to we have to do from the liquefied natural gas normal natural gas and transport with the European pipelines to the consumers. For example, Hungary have natural gas. The Hungarian natural gas demand is 10 million cubic meters per year, and we can extraction in the open area only 2 million cubic meters per year, and we have to import the other ones from Russia. And this import comes today from the Balkan Stream, from Russia, but not the Brotherhood pipeline, but the Balkan Stream. You can see on this picture the high pressure pipeline system of Hungary. For example, we have interconnector pipelines to the neighboring countries, so we can import and export to the neighboring and from the neighboring countries. What is the solution in this energy crisis? I think we have to invest more money to the renewable energy sources. For example, in Hungary, we have very good potential in the solar energy production. You can see on this picture an 18 megawatts solar farm in the middle Hungary. This is a fossil fuel power plant. This function with lignite, and but this solar power plant is function near the lignite power plant, and this is earliest old lignite mining basin near the fossil power plant. After that, we have good potentials in the wind energy, but we have very interesting law. But in Hungary, the wind potential is good, not very good, but good. And we have only 330 megawatts wind power capacity because we have wrong law. We can produce wind energy only 12 kilometers from the settlements, and if I draw lines about this settlement stocks, we cannot find areas for the wind energy production. I think this is my conspiracy theory. The Hungarian high economical areas with the policy as well. They have not wind energy producing capacity, and they wouldn't like to let the foreign companies to the country. After that, we have very good geothermal energy potential, and we can use this energy potential, geothermal energy potential for the district heating and heat pumps as well. And we have a lot of agricultural areas and forests in the mountains, and we can use firstly for heating the biomass sources as well. The other part of this problem and solution, we have only one nuclear power plant. This is the PAX nuclear power plant, dislocated in the middle of the country. And this nuclear power plant produced the half electricity of the Hungarian consumption. And this power plant produced the base electricity, and the more electricity demand we can produce from the renewable energy sources, for example. We have a pilot project in the ADS system as well, in the southeast Hungary. This is the Hot Triog technology project, but this is in process. This is not ready today. Yes, and what can we do? What is the alternative solutions? For example, increasing efficiency, saving money and creativity. For example, you can see on this left picture one city and the same day and the same time, but two different streets. In the upper street, you can see only concrete and asphalt and very strong sunshine. And down under picture with trees and alleys, we have more coolest degrees on the streets. For example, if I sit down to this car, and this car is 60 degrees Celsius, I have to use the air conditioning, but this car I don't have use this energy. After that, if I have more plantation and forests and parks and green fields in the city, I can hold the water in the soil, and I can temperature the city air. And if I drive the water not to the sewage channel, but to the forests and to the grass, I can hold the water in the city, and I cannot see the depression from the underground layers. So you can see here my scientific issue and the results of this scientific issue. I spoke about these results today. You can see here 3 different settlement types. Here are the small settlements which have small populations but very high renewable energy production. This production is much more than their annual energy consumption, and these small villages can produce and export this overproduced electricity to the neighboring areas. After that, you can see here in the middle column the settlements between 10,000 and 100,000 inhabitants. In 2017, these settlements can produce from household power plants and small power plants under 0.5 megawatts capacity. Maximum almost 50% electricity to their electricity demand. So, for example, by Kerepes, this is almost 50%, and this small city has more than 10,000 inhabitants. After that, the big cities, so in Hungary, they are big cities. Here are the population of over 100,000 inhabitants. Here is the green electricity production is very low. For example, by Miskolc, this is 1.70% from the annual electricity consumption. We have to work that we can increase this number. You can see the settlements which can produce a lot of green electricity in Hungary on this map. This electricity comes from not only solar power plants, but for example, by Győr, landfill gas power plants, and by Debrecen, sewage gas power plants and landfill gas power plants as well. For biomass here in Kecskemét, or for example, in Békéscsaba has the widest green energy portfolio. Here comes the electricity from solar, biomass, sewage gas, and landfill gas power plants. And you can see here the energy area. I showed this picture today. This is a very interesting small energy area, but this is interesting because this part of Hungary is not reached because there are a lot of problems here with the population, with the economy, and with the agriculture as well. But these settlements can produce from solar power plants and for example, by Gibart from a small hydropower plant, a lot of electricity, and they can export to this overproduced electricity to the neighboring settlements. And we have to develop these areas in Hungary. After that, what can I do? I can use in own family house and in district communal buildings, solar power plant, and small wind power plants, and I can store this energy in battery systems. I can use electric vehicle, and I can use change my life as well. For example, I have bioenergy. Today, the people's move moving very low, and we have problems with the health because we don't sports, for example, and we would like every more I don't know, sorry. Bequem auf Deutsch. Oh, no problem. So we can use or bioenergy. We can use varied diet and basically have healthy lifestyle, keeping the body fit, dressing at home, for example. We have to not wear a short T-shirt and short trousers in winter, but we have wear pullovers and long trousers at home. For example, in Hungary, a lot of people have 25 and 28 degrees Celsius in their home, and they would like to live in winter as in summer, and this is a very high energy consumption. Okay, and we can go to our school and workplace and shopping on food and cycling and public transport. And for example, very simple thing, we can parking in the shadow in summer and in the sun in winter, for example. Okay, this part is finished. Thank you for your kind attention. Do you have any questions? Maybe.
Question from audience? I'm staying because my. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Any question from audience?
Okay.
Thank you for your presentation. Very interesting, your global and local point of view, because of the difficulty in that moment is the double approach, global and local together.
Yes.
Very difficult. This is very important. Thank you very much, because I'm listening to students and teacher too, and the professor, because in the future, to double approach is very necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any question? In the second part, very interesting. The first part was thank you for your university, congratulations, because your faculty is very university very important. But the second part is a very important focus for my students, like moments and 3S leaders. And I think I return to this topic again, maybe.
Okay. Okay. continue or break?
I think it's better if it's possible to close before quarter to one.
Okay.
Before not to yeah before to begin.
Okay.
Yes, so,
Mhm.
okay for you, it's okay. Action. Thank you. Because too long days, but I have the videos, there are lots for less for lecture, and we are listening again because many information,
Mhm.
suggestions, it's very.
Continue. Okay.
Tired.
Okay. No. I just sport. I am fit.
The professor, sorry, the professor continues the lecture.
Okay. So the next topic is the fossil fuel technologies. After that, I would like to speak the renewable energy technologies. First, the net zero emissions technologies. After that, biotechnologies. Okay. On this part of the global energy, I would like to speak about the fossil fuel technologies. Firstly, the carbon types, the crude oil, natural gas, nuclear energy, and waste incineration. The first technologies comes from the crude oil. The petroleum, also known as crude oil and oil, is a naturally occurring yellowish black liquid found in geological formation beneath the Earth's surface. It is commonly refined into various types of fuels. Components of petroleum are separated using a technique called fractional distillation. For example, separation of a liquid mixture into fraction, the firing in a boiling point by means of distillation, typically using fractionating column. It consists of naturally occurring hydrocarbons of various molecular weights and may contain miscellaneous organic compounds. The name petroleum covers both naturally occurring unprocessed crude oil and petroleum products that are made up of refined crude oil. Fossil fuel, petroleum is formed when large quantities of dead organisms, mostly zooplankton and algae, are burned underneath sedimentary rock and subjected to both increased heat and pressure. Petroleum has mostly been recovered by oil drilling. So you can see on this picture the types of crude oil, heavy oil, and extra heavy oil, and you can see the on the upper side the bitumen as well, and the oil sand types. And you can see on this diagram the conventional oil reserves and the proven oil reserves, and the unconventional oil reserves. This is 2 times more than the conventional reservoirs. Petroleum has mostly been recovered by oil drilling. Drilling is carried out after studies of structural geology, sedimentary, basin analysis, and reservoir characterization. Recent improvements to technologies have also led to exploitation of other unconventional reserves, such as oil sands and oil shale. Once extracted, oil is refined and separated most easily by distillation into numerous products for direct use or use in manufacturing, such as gasoline, diesel, and kerosene to asphalt and chemical regions used to make plastics, pesticides, and pharmaceuticals. Petroleum is used in manufacturing a wide variety of materials, and it is estimated that the world consumes about 100 million barrels each day. Petroleum production can be extremely profitable and was important for economic development in the 20th century, with some countries, so-called oil states, gaining significant economic and international power because of the control of oil production. Once extracted, oil is refined and separated most easily by distillation into numerous products for direct use or use in manufacturing, such as gasoline, diesel, and kerosene, to asphalt and chemical regions used to make plastics, pesticides, and pharmaceuticals. You can see on these pictures the conventional extraction technologies. For example, on this picture, you can see simple oil wells in the continental area, and the other side is the open-cast mining. From this mining comes the tar sands and oil sands as well. After that, the modern high-tech technology is the offshore drilling. We cannot use, for example, drilling towers which stay on the base of the sea, because these offshore drilling platforms can move with engines and can hold the tower in position up on the drilling point. For example, this technology used the Deepwater Horizon drilling platform as well. After that, the other technology is the fracking. This technology developed in the United States, and they can use, you can see here, this technology is the conventional oil drilling, and here are fracturing oil technology, oil extraction technology. Here drill to the layer. After that, they can use the horizontal drilling After that, press hot water to the layer, and after this pressure can extraction the oil from the oil shale. The industry is usually divided into three major components: upstream, midstream, and downstream. Upstream regards exploitation and extraction of crude oil. Midstream encompasses transportation and storage of crude, and downstream concerns refining crude oil into various products. Petroleum is vital to many industries and is necessary for the maintenance of industrial civilization in its current configuration, making it a critical concern for many nations. Oil accounts for a large percentage of the world's energy consumption, ranging from a low of 32% for Europe and Asia, and to a high of 53% for the Middle East. In the 1950s, shipping costs made up 33% of the price of oil transported from the Persian Gulf to for example, to the United States. But due to the development of supertankers in the 1970s, the cost of shipping dropped to only 5% of the price of Persian in the United States. Due to the increase of the value of the crude oil drilling the last 30 years, the share of the shipping cost on the final cost of the delivered commodity was less than 3% in 2010. You can see on this slide the crude oil technologies and reference crudes. Barrels from an area in which the crude oil's molecular characteristics have been determined, and the oil has been classified as are used as pricing references throughout the world. Some of the common reference crudes are the West Texas Intermediate, the Brent Blend, the Dubai Oman, the Tepis, Minas, and the OPEC reference basket, Midway Sunset Heavy, and the Western Canadian Select. You can see on this diagram is the common fractions of petroleum as fuels. In the left side are the fraction, and in the right side the boiling range temperature. Minus 40 degrees is located the liquefied petroleum gas. After that, between minus 12 and minus 1 degrees the butane. After that, the gasoline, petrol, jet fuel, kerosene, fuel oil, and diesel fuel. The petroleum classification according to chemical compositions. Here are the paraffinic, naphthenic, naphthenic, paraffinic, naphthenic, aromatic, and aromatic classification. The products from crude oil, certain types of resultant hydrocarbons may be mixed with other non-hydrocarbons to create other end products. For example, alkanes, lubricants, wax, sulfur and sulfuric acid, work tar, asphalt, petroleum coke, paraffin wax, and aromatic petrochemicals. The next part is the natural gas technologies. You can see here the different technologies of the natural gas extraction. You can see on the left side a conventional natural gas field with water, crude oil, and natural gas content. After that, in the right side, the coal bed methane reservoir, sour gas and tight gas reservoirs. This is already modern high-tech technology, and the shale gas technology with fracturing. You can see on these pictures 3 natural gas drilling rigs operating in Colorado, the forefront of the Rocky Mountains, and down under the Zapolyarnoye gas field and gas treatment installation. You can see on this slide the transport types of the natural gas and the transport pipeline system in the United States, the interstate and intrastate natural gas pipelines network of the country. Mostly pipelines comes from the Mexican Gulf and in the Middle West area. From the Middle East and from the United States, we have export liquefied natural gas to Europe, and you can see on this under pictures this liquefied natural gas tanker vessels. But this transport and these natural gas sources are 3 times expensive than the normal natural gas from Russia. The next technology is the waste incineration. The main task of incinerators is to reduce the volume of municipal waste. This can be as high as between 85 and 90%. The incineration process generates electricity and heat. Most of these are combined heat and power plants, and these power plants located near the metropolitan areas. For example, we have only 1 waste incinerator power plant in Budapest. But for example, in Debrecen, we have 200,000 inhabitants, and these 200,000 inhabitants produce not enough waste to this technology. For example, in Sweden, built a lot of waste incineration power plants, and they have not enough waste, and they have to import waste from the other countries of Europe. The technology, an incinerator is a furnace for burning waste. Modern incinerators include pollution mitigation equipment such as flue gas cleaning. There are various types of incinerator plant design. For example, the moving grate, fixed grate, rotary kiln, and fluidized bed. Next technology is the coal-fired power stations. You can see on this picture subcritical coal-fired power stations such as this one in Tuticorin in India are the least efficient type. A coal-fired power station or a coal power plant is a thermal power station, which is burns coal to generate electricity. Worldwide, there are about 8,500 coal-fired power stations, totaling over 2,000 gigawatts capacity, about a third of the world's electricity. You can see on this picture the type of hard coal. We use the subbituminous coal and the lignite to the electricity generation and heating. But the anthracite and bituminous coal is better to metallurgy and coke production and steel production. The coal-fired power station is a type of fossil fuel power station. The coal is usually pulverized and then burned in a pulverized coal-fired boiler. The furnace heat converts boiler water to steam, which is then used to spin turbines that turn generators. Thus, chemical energy stored in coal is converted successively into thermal energy, mechanical energy, and finally electrical energy. You can see on this picture the Bełchatów power station in Bełchatów in Poland. This is not only power station, but chemical and metallurgy industry area. And for example, this if I create 1 kilowatt electricity, I can create with this power much more heat energy. For example, 1 kilowatt electricity, I can create between 5 and 10 kilowatts heating. And normally situation, this power plants combined this two energy generating electricity and heating, and this heat used to the industry and the district heating areas. You can see on this picture the coal-fired power station diagram. Firstly, they use the fuel processing, after that the boiler operation, ash disposal, fly ash collection, after that the bottom ash collection and disposal. On this picture, you can see the process of the clean coal technology related to coal gasification. Coal gasification is the process of producing syngas mixture consisting primarily of carbon monoxide, hydrogen, carbon dioxide, natural gas, and water vapor from coal and water, air and or oxygen. Alternatively, coal-derived syngas can be converted into transportation fuels, such as gasoline and diesel through additional treatment, or into methanol, which itself can be used as transportation fuel or fuel additive, or which can be converted into gasoline. The next is the nuclear power stations. Nuclear power plants are nuclear reactors. They are used to initiate and control the nuclear chain reaction or nuclear fusion reaction. Heat from nuclear fission is used to heat so-called working fluid into steam, which flows through steam turbines and rotates the shafts of electric generators. Nuclear steam can also be used to generate heat for industrial processes or for district heating. Some reactors are used to power ships to produce isotopes for medical and industrial use, or to produce weapons-grade plutonium. When a large fissile nucleus, such as uranium-235, absorbs a neutron, it undergoes fission. The heavy nucleus splits into two or more lighter nuclei, releasing kinetic energy, gamma rays, and free neutrons. Some of these neutrons are absorbed by other fissile atoms, triggering further fission events that release more neutrons and so on. This is called nuclear chain reaction. Such nuclear chain reactions are kept under control by using control rods to alter the fraction of neutrons that would cause further fission. The reactor core produces heat in several ways. The kinetic energy of fission products is converted into thermal energy when these nuclei colloid with nearby atoms. The reactor absorbs some of the gamma rays produced during fission and converts the energy into heat. Heat is generated during the radioactive decay of fission products and the materials activated by neutron absorption. A kilogram of enriched uranium releases about 3 million times more energy than a kilogram of coal burned in the conventional way. All commercial reactors are based on nuclear fission, usually using uranium and the resulting plutonium as nuclear fuel. Fission reactors fall into two classes depending on the energy of the neutrons that sustain the fission chain reaction. The most common type is the thermal neutron reactor, which uses slow or thermal neutrons to sustain the fission of the fuel. Sorry. The other type is fast neutron reactors, which use fast neutrons to induce fission in the fuel. Several types of control rods, also known as moderators, can be distinguished according to the material. Suitable materials for regulators are graphite, heavy and light water, molten salt, or liquid metal, such as lead. You can see the next pictures, the classifications of the nuclear power stations. Firstly, about the bimoderator material. On the first picture, you can see the graphite moderated nuclear reactor. This graphite moderates the nuclear process in the reactor, and so can we produce under control a lot of electricity. The next type of the moderator material reactors, the water moderated reactors. This is a heavy water reactor. A pressurized heavy water reactor. The next is the water moderated water moderated reactors, the light water moderated reactor. This reactor located in a light water pool or basin, and this water area cool the reactor and hold the control. The next is the molten salt reactor. You can see on this picture. The salt molten point is 350 degrees, and the technicians use this technology to the reactor moderating. You can see on this picture a liquid metal cooled reactor. The liquid metal is mostly nitrogen and lead. The other classification of the nuclear power stations is about the coolant. You can see here a water cooler reactor from Canada. This is a pressurized water reactor. During normal operation, pressurizer is partially filled with water, and a steam bubble is maintained above it by heating the water with submerged heaters. You can see on this picture boiling water reactor. These boiler water reactors are characterized by boiling water around the fuel rods in the lower portion of the primary reactor pressure vessel. The next reactor type is the supercritical water reactor. The supercritical water reactor are a generation fourth reactor concept, where the reactor is operated at supercritical pressures, and water is heated to a supercritical fluid, which never undergoes transition to steam, yet behaves like saturated steam to power a steam generator. The next type of the reactors, the pool type reactor. Pool type reactor is an unpressurized water cooled open pool reactor. You can see in the right side under the opened pool, and under the basin located the reactor. The next is the gas-cooled reactors. Gas-cooled reactors are cooled by a circulating gas. In commercial nuclear power plants, carbon dioxide has usually been used. And there are the novel nuclear power reactors. Most naval reactors are pressurized water reactors. You can see on this slide the Typhoon type submarine, and the icebreaker vessel, and the airplane holder vessel, which use nuclear reactors. Okay, this was the fossil fuel technologies. After that comes the renewable energy technologies. Now or after break? Now? Now, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, honestly. But I would like to have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. 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 Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Sì, certo. Sì,
ho sbagliato con immagini sono riuscito a fare questa registrazione degli impianti.
sì, devo finire di leggere.
Ma non sono per essere sicuro che sono arrivate.
Sì, sono arrivata e quando fuori non. Però sì, continui, finire no.
No, vabbè, non ho fretta, è solo per
Vabbè,
sapere se...
questo mi dispiace, quindi io quando finisco
Ah, ok.
Ma forse devo dire che non si può dire proprio sì, quindi proprio per no,
The next chapter today is the renewable energy technologies. And firstly, I would like to speak about the net zero. Okay. So, okay. So the net zero emissions technologies, the solar power technologies, the wind energy, the hydro, tidal, wave, and geothermal energy technologies. Firstly, I would like to speak about the solar power technologies. Many industrialized nations have installed a significant solar power capacity into their grids to supplement or provide an alternative to conventional energy sources, while an increasing number of less developed nations have turned to solar to reduce dependence on expensive imported fuels. Long distance transformation allows remote renewable energy resources to displace fossil fuel consumption. Solar power plants use one of two technologies. The one of these, the photovoltaic systems, use solar panels either on rooftops or in ground-mounted solar farms, converting sunlight directly into electric power. The other one is the concentrated solar power, also known as concentrated solar thermal. Plants use solar thermal energy to make steam, which is thereafter converted into electricity by turbine. You can see on this picture the from a solar cell to a PV system process. The array of photovoltaic power system or a PV system produces direct current power which fluctuates with the sunlight's intensity. For a practical use, this usually requires conversion to certain desired voltage or alternating current through the use of inverters. Multiple solar cells are connected inside modules. Modules are wired together to form arrays, then teed to an inverter, which produces power at the desired voltage, and for alternating current, the desired frequency or phase. The next is the concentrated solar power. Concentrated solar power, also called concentrated solar thermal, uses lenses or mirrors and tracking systems to concentrate sunlight, then use the resulting heat to generate electricity from conventional steam-driven turbines. A wide range of concentrating technologies exists. Among the best known are the parabolic flue, the compact linear Fresnel reactor, the dish Stirling, and the solar power tower. Various techniques are used to track the sun and the focus light. In all of these systems, working fluid is heated by the concentrated sunlight and is then used for power generation or energy storage. Thermal storage efficiency allows up to 24-hour electricity generation. You can see on this picture concentrated photovoltaic modules on dual-axis solar trackers in Golmud, China. And you can see on this picture manufacturing of the perovskite solar cells. This is a very modern thin layer solar cell technology. And you can see on this figure the developing of the different solar cells, and you can see that after the oil crisis in 1975, started the developing of the solar panels. The capacity was in this time very low, and today's is more than 40%. In normal method, the capacity of solar panels is 20 and 25 degrees today. On this figure, you can see the installed capacity trends worldwide from 2010 and 2020. This is this is the wind energy. The wind energy capacity you can see here from 2010 and 2020. The light gray is the offshore wind farms, and the dark gray color is the onshore wind farms. The capacity grows very fast in the last 10 years. The amount of power that can be harvested from wind depends on the size of the turbine and the length of its blades. The output is proportional to the dimensions of the rotor and to the cube of the wind speed. Theoretically, when wind speed doubles, wind power potential increases by a factor of 8. Wind turbine capacity has increased over time. In 1985, typical turbines had a rated capacity of 0.05 megawatts, 50 kilowatts, and a rotor diameter of 15 meters. Today's new wind power projects have turbine capacities of about 2 megawatts onshore and between 3 and 5 megawatts offshore. Commercially available wind turbines have reached 8 megawatts capacity with rotor diameters of up to 164 meters. For example, one of these large wind turbines can produce so much electricity that is enough for 40,000 inhabitants settlement. So, we know two different wind turbine types. The first one is the horizontal axis wind turbines. Large three-bladed horizontal axis wind turbines with the blades upwind of the tower produce the overwhelming majority of wind power in the world today. These turbines have the main rotor shaft and the electrical generator at the top of the tower and must be pointed into the wind. Small turbines are pointed by a simple wind vane, while large turbines generally use a wind sensor coupled with a yaw system. Most have a gearbox, which turns to slow rotation of the blades into a quicker rotation that is more suitable to drive an electrical generator. The next type is the vertical axis wind turbines. Vertical axis wind turbines have the main rotor shaft arranged vertically. One advantage of this arrangement is that the turbine does not need to be pointed into the wind to be effective, which is an advantage on a site where the wind direction is highly variable. It is also an advantage when the turbine is integrated into a building because it is inherently less steerable. You can see on this picture a very interesting turbine type. This is the Darius wind turbine in Quebec, Canada. And you can see here Gyromil and the Darius wind turbine and the combined Darius Sevinus generator in Taiwan in the right side. In the Faculty of Engineering campus, we have so one. And this stay near the building and not higher at the building, and so not free area from the wind. But this wind turbine generates so much electricity to the building and to the battery panels that we cannot use this lot of electricity in the building. This building is so much as this building twice, 2 times. You can see on this picture, Tech Studio designed overhead highway lights, which are powered by wind turbines. The turbines are spun by the air turbulence generated as cars and trucks travel past at high speed. This concept uses all that wasted wind to do useful work, such as generating electricity to power highway lights at night, while feeding back into the grid during daylight hours. This is another one from this type. If comes track or bus, this generate wind power, and we can use up on the highway. Okay, this is a very interesting wind and solar power hybrid power plant. In this field are a lot of solar panels, and these solar panels use the sunlight and heated as a greenhouse under the solar panels the air, and this air goes to the tour, and the ground of the tower, and in the tower located wind turbines, and these wind turbines use this air moving as well. So we can, with this technology generate electricity from the solar and from the wind energy as well. The next is the hydropower technologies. The gravitational potential or kinetic energy of a water source to produce power. Hydropower is now used principally for hydroelectric power generation and is also applied as one half of an energy storage system known as pumped storage hydroelectricity. You can see on this picture a piped storage hydroelectricity power plant. In the Alps, for example, I see for before 5 years so a power plant in the Garda Lake, and I can visit the power plant near the Garda Lake, and this was very interesting for me. But I was before the visiting 1 or 2 days with bicycle in the open lake, and after that in the visiting I see the contact, a very long tunnel between the Garda Lake and the open lake, and this power system was not young after the First World War constructed here in Italy. In Hungary, unfortunately, we don't have so morphology, and we cannot use this technology. We have to search other technologies to the energy storage. For example, salt melting or from water, we can create hydrogen with this overproduced electricity, and we can store this electricity underground of the surface. For example, we have a pilot project, pressured fresh water with this electricity to the underground water storage layers, and so if we extraction this water to the industry and for the population and agriculture, we can not overuse this potential, this water, underground water potential, but we can press fresh water and river water, clean river water to these layers. Yes, hydroelectricity or hydroelectric power is electricity produced from hydropower. In 2015, hydropower generated 16.6% of the world's total electricity and 70% of all renewable electricity, and was expected to increase by about 3.1% each year for the next 25 years. Hydropower is produced in 150 countries, which the Asia-Pacific region generating 33% of global hydropower in 2013. China is the largest hydroelectricity producer with 920 terawatt-hours of production in 2013, representing 16.9% of domestic electricity use. The cost of hydroelectricity is relatively low, making it a competitive source of renewable electricity. You can see the generating methods of these slide. In the right upper side, you can see a normal river hydropower plant. here can we generate not so much electricity, but we can organize the level of the river water, and so we can shipping better if we have different water levels. And this power plants has three different function. For example, we can generate electricity. This is a bridge across of the river, and we can hold the water storage behind the power plant. You can see in the right side the normal mountain hydropower plant. This is the Hoover Dam in the USA, and the other ones in Switzerland, for example, and in China as well. This storage hydropower plants is very good for the top electricity demand situations, because if we have overproduced renewable electricity, for example, from solar power plants or wind power plants, we can pump the water in the under water store to the open water store. And if we have, for example, in the night or early morning, too much electricity, we can let the water via turbines to the down under water store, and we have electricity under 2 minutes. And the business in this situation, the night electricity is, for example, €1, and the top demand electricity is €5. But the energy is so much if I want pump the water to the open lake, then the produce electricity if this water come down under. Okay, you can see here the largest hydropower plant on the world. The capacity is 22,000 megawatts. This is 2 times more than Hungarian energy consumption annually. Yes, the next electricity generating methods and technologies, the tidal power plants. Tidal energy is taken from the Earth's oceanic tides. Tidal forces result from periodic variations in gravitational attention exerted by celestial bodies. These forces create corresponding motions or currents in the ocean, in the world's oceans. This results in periodic changes in sea levels, varying as the Earth rotates. Tidal power is the only technology that draws on energy inherent in the orbital characteristics of the Earth's moon system, and to a lesser extent in the Earth's sun system. Other natural energies exploited by human technology originate directly or indirectly from the sun. A tidal power station makes use of the daily rise and fall of ocean water due to tides. Such sources are highly predictable, and if conditions permit construction of reservoirs can also be paintable to generate power during high demand periods. Tidal power is viable in a relatively small number of locations around the world. You can see on this map. In Great Britain, there are 8 sites that could be developed which have the potential to generate 20% of the electricity used in 2012. For example, the best potential located here in Canada, because here the difference of the deep water and the high water is more than 20 meters. And for example, we can not use this technology in the Mediterranean Sea because this sea is too closed, and here is the difference between high and deep water is 40 centimeters only. You can see on this picture the 2 largest tidal power stations. In open, you can see the Reims tidal power station in France. This was the first big power station in the river delta. And this power station can generate power in the high seawater time, and after that the low seawater time as well, because in the other side, if the water level is deep on the ocean, comes from the river, the water, and this power plant can generate in the one side, and after the other side, after other side power as well. Down under you can see the newest tidal power station in Korea. This is a little bit bigger than the power plant in France. Okay, you can see here the other technology, because these technologies function so via hydropower plant, but this technology is other one. For example, these walls drive the high water in a tide area, and from this wall will be here highest water level, and we can use this energy. After that, you can see here tidal turbine. This function as shows this picture in the right side. And this see here in this picture, this is the separate of this power plant, and this is in the dock. The next renewable energy technology is the wave energy technology. Both air pressure differences between the upwind and the lee side of a wave crest, as well as friction on the water surface by the wind, making the water to go into the shear stress, causes the growth of the waves. Wave height is determined by wind speed, the duration of time the wind has been blowing, fetch and by the depth and topography of the sea floor. Wave power devices are generally categorized by the method used to capture or harness the energy of the waves by location and by the power takeoff system. Types of power takeoff include the hydraulic ram, elastrometric hose pump, pump to shore, hydroelectric turbine, air turbine, and linear electric generator. And we can use this technology all across around the world because the seawater wave near our coast, but we can use the tidal power only in very good potential areas. You can see this potential here. The next is the geothermal energy. Geothermal power stations are similar to other steam turbine thermal power stations in that heat from a fuel source is used to heat water or another working fluid. The working fluid is then used to turn a turbine or generator, thereby producing electricity. The fluid is then cooled and returned to the heat source. The first of one is the steam power stations. Dry steam power directly uses geothermal steam of 150 degrees Celsius or greater to turn turbines. Flash steam power stations the next. Flash steam power stations pull deep, high pressure hot water into lower pressure tanks and use the resulting flashed steam to drive turbines. You can see a couple areas of these power stations. For example, in Iceland, in Italy, this is the Landerello field. The geothermal power center in the Usulután department, El Salvador, and from Philippines. The third technology is the binary cycle power stations. This is a new technology. The binary cycle power stations are the most recent development and can accept fluid temperatures as low as 57 degrees Celsius. And the almost last technology is the enhanced geothermal system or hot dry rock system. We have to this technology. We have to not to this technology thermal water in the deep layers, but we can pressure fresh water, surface fresh water to the layers, and we can heat this water in the deep layers. For example, the normal geothermal gradient in the world is 3 degrees Celsius per 100 meters. But this is interesting in Hungary, the Hungarian basin, this is much higher, between 4.5 and 7 degrees Celsius per 100 meters. So we have so high temperatures thermal waters in not so deep layers. For example, this 80 degrees Celsius thermal waters comes from 1,500 meters deep. This is not